Hello. Hello, everybody. Hey, Lil Davis. Hey, Projector. How you doing? How you guys doing? Remy LH and Psyda. How you guys doing today? So, some of you may or may not have seen the video that Steinberg posted featuring Infected Mushroom, where they talked a little bit about macros. And it's something that's kind of like always been in Cubase, but I've kind of neglected creating my own macros just because I don't know. It's just one of those things, like I guess key commands as well, and preferences and that kind of thing. I generally try to leave them like at default because of like doing tutorials and that kind of thing. If you end up changing preferences too much, then it's harder, like obviously for you guys to follow along and that kind of thing. However, I was quite inspired by that video. A couple of things that they mentioned in the video that I pretty much do so often. Duplicating kick drums, bass notes, and all sorts of little things like that, which I think we could, maybe look at creating some macros, along the ideas of their kind of kick command thing, as well as a couple of, we could maybe look into logical presets. There's a couple of cool things that I've been sort of meaning to talk about on the channel, just in terms of like randomization of MIDI and velocities and that kind of thing. So yeah, if you guys have ideas of like things that, often we do with workflow that would be cool to kind of automate, then just let me know. We can maybe look at building macros around that particular thing that you're interested in or something like that. I guess, one thing I think that kind of like stuck in my mind would be to create a macro that can automatically create like fill up a MIDI clip with 16th notes, then randomize the velocity of those notes, on like a single command. And I think something like that could be really powerful for percussions and hi-hats and that kind of thing. So yeah, maybe we can first look at creating the kick command, that kind of stuff, and see, how we go with it. I also have some very, very tragic news. My nice mechanical keyboard suffered a coffee spill the other day. So my it's funny, my workflow took a bit of a hit because this keyboard that I'm currently using now, I think it's designed for Mac. So there's some keys that are missing that I use for hotkeys, specifically with streaming, like to switch audio on and off. So there might be a few times in the stream where I forget to switch the voice, or I'm hitting the wrong buttons and things just aren't working. So just bear with me a little bit. CalScript cakewalk thing. Okay. The kind of like the core thing about the Cubase macros and why I think they're so simple to kind of wrap your head around is you're essentially just stringing together a sequence of hotkeys or a sequence of key commands. So I think I've done, I was playing around a little bit yesterday. So I think I may have created a few, but I mean, we can, I think those are just kind of dummy things. We can delete those and recreate some. To quantize the random notes that the random will generate. Yeah, absolutely. So what should we do first? Should we do logical presets first, or should we do macros first? So logical presets is basically taking like a MIDI clip and randomizing the kind of content within that MIDI clip. Whereas macros are kind of like stringing together sequences of key commands. The cool thing about macros is like once you've made, I might be wrong, but I believe you can use logical presets within your macros. Let's just go here to see. I believe there's like a folder. Or maybe I'm wrong. I can actually search here. Oh, it's just to bring up the logical editor. There. Okay. There is, you can, so macros first, please. Okay. So I've created a logical preset already to randomize the velocities of something. But now we can use this logical preset as part of a string of macros. Let me just see if, okay, so the kick command. This is basically like a carbon copy of what Infected Mushroom showed in their video, their kind of kick command. What it essentially is designed to do is, let me just put in a clip here. Okay, it seems you guys want both. So we're just going to kind of, I think, shuffle between the two because they're kind of so well, they're so well integrated together that I think it's good to kind of know both and how to integrate them. For example, like using logical presets in macros and that kind of thing. Sound engineer. So what this is essentially designed to do, the kick command, is we put in one note like this, and then you go edit, macros, kick command, and it basically just fills up the MIDI clip with kicks. I mean, it seems like so simple, but this is the kind of thing that I ended up doing, you know, actually sitting and putting in each note like one by one. So, I mean, it already saves 5 minutes. I am just doing that. Or, okay, not 5 minutes, but you know what I mean. So then I started thinking, okay, if I have one for bass notes, because I mean, with Psytrance, it's mostly just 3 notes, space, 3 notes, space. We could save ourselves even more time with a kind of bass command, but I think I messed this one up a little bit. Let's just see what happens when I put in a note here and then go edit, macros. I think it's 16 bass command. Yeah, okay. Then it fills up the clip. Okay, it's actually moved it one. Yeah, I screwed it up a little bit, but you guys get the picture. With a bit of fine tuning, you can save yourself a lot of workflow time. So we've basically just generated kick and bass. Now we can go and change this down to like a note that might sound good with this track. I think we were working with D sharp or something. I mean, how cool is that? Like just one button, boom, kick done, one button, bass done. The trick is now you can string macros together inside macros. So let me show you random MIDI grooves as opposed to predefined stuff. Yeah, man. So Projector, the macros is basically defining a sequence of key commands. But then the logical editor is where you would be able to start doing interesting stuff like randomizing pitch, velocity, and that kind of thing. But once you've wrapped your head around like what the strengths of each of these kind of concepts within Cubase is, you can use, for example, create one macro that does a bunch of logical presets as well as key commands and that kind of thing, all kind of stringed together. So essentially, you could probably create one macro that you just hit and it just creates an entire track. I mean, it's going to take a long time to actually do and to work out, and you know, and it's probably quite a silly thing, but it seems like it's definitely a possibility within both the logical presets and macros. Off topic, do you create your own templates? Yeah. Most of the time, I guess it depends, you know, I often end up, if I want to do like an album, I'll create a template for that particular album with like various parameters and stuff, because, you know, over time I end up changing certain things within my templates and that kind of thing. One macro to rule them all, exactly. So a project. Perfect. So check this out. Once we've created this base macro that now just populates this MIDI clip with bass notes, now I want to show you what the logical editor is quickly. And we can go back to macros and that kind of thing once we've kind of wrapped our head around what exactly the entire concept of each of these is. So logical presets is under the MIDI menu over here. So as you can see, I've actually created two. One which is random velocity transform. So this just randomizes the velocity of each of the notes that's selected. And then random notes in C Phrygian. So this is really interesting because it just randomizes the notes and then snaps them to the C Phrygian scale. So like me, I often end up transposing my stuff and then writing in the C Phrygian scale or C minor or whatever. So let's just put this on C, transpose this up back to D sharp. So it'll be 1, 2, 3. And then we can randomize notes in the C Phrygian scale and try come up with like a random melody or random groove for this bass, just like by using this logical preset over here. So remember, you can actually string this into macros and stuff as well. The thing with randomization though is you often want to randomize a few times till you find the good one. So you're not, I guess, it's not as useful. The randomization of stuff isn't as useful within macros because often you want to sit and cherry pick those randoms. But I mean, the power is like up to, how much you want to kind of design your macros and that kind of thing. So anyway, let's check out what happens when we random notes in C Phrygian. So it's probably going to be ridiculous because it's on a bass instrument, but just so you guys get the picture. That's actually pretty groovy. The cool thing here is that we can have various different presets that determine the range of the pitch randomization. So I actually just want to jump quickly back into, let's just Control Z this. We can select them all again, and let's jump into logical presets. We actually want to open up the logical editor here, and then we can load random notes in C Phrygian, which is the preset. And then here you'll see set random values between 0 and 127. So this is where you would actually change the range. For example, let's say go with 30 and then hit apply. And now it's only going to change those notes to an amount of 30 notes up or down, and then snap it to the Phrygian scale. I think we need to set like a low threshold and a high threshold here. Oh, wow, ip ip. Dude, you make a reference to that Barbie Girl song in every stream. You must be like obsessed with it or something. And then I guess it's just about like hitting apply until you get what you want. I think with this type of thing, with a bass especially, it might be more beneficial to do velocities and that kind of thing rather than just straight up random notes, because this is a little bit wild. Yeah, so sign tech, that was going to be my next thing. Is like often I don't end up using the entire CFrigion. I end up just using like notes within that scale. So you can actually set it to randomly choose like notes, snap to specific notes and stuff, but that's going to take quite a while to work out, like mathematically which MIDI notes and all sorts of things. But you can do it. Some beats were just normal, and it would change only every so often. Yeah, so that's actually what I was going to say. Is I prefer doing this kind of thing just to use as like a kind of tension groove at the end of every few kicks. So what I would do now is chop this up into equal increments. Let's just go bar like this. Just move this out of the way here. Let's actually just make this a little bit bigger. Let's create another clip. Let's put in a note. It was C1, I think. Let's do the bass command again. Macros, bass command. Boom. And now we chop it and put in a little groove at the end of every few kicks. Oh. Let me show you guys another thing. So like, I'm sure if you've been watching my videos for a while, you know, like one of the most common things that I end up doing is duplicating the track and then removing everything that's in the track, or moving everything, like selecting a bunch of things and moving them to a folder and then sending all those tracks to a group, both of which are freaking default macros in Cubase. Oh my gosh, I must have done each of those things like 1,000 more times and then realized that they're freaking default macros. So like I still know that it's a default macro, but just my workflow is so ingrained in me that I was busy doing it here without thinking. So check this out. Let's go edit, macros, duplicate selected tracks without data. So that just creates like a duplicate without the data. So now what we can do is we can just go in here. I haven't actually created a macro yet to just populate it with 16ths. I guess we could do that now, but let's just save that for a moment. We can look at how cool it is to actually randomize the velocity, especially for something like hi-hats and percussive stuff. So let's just select all of these and let's go MIDI, logical presets, random velocity transform. So this is just going to, let's actually pull up the random editor or the logical editor, because then we can actually just hit apply until we find the groove, you know. So it'll just like keep randomly choosing different velocities until we find like a cool groove. Fuck, it's already perfect. So let's create a macro real quick. Let's look at how we would do this. Let's remove all of these. And I'm just going to put in one note. So often what I end up doing is with my closed hats, it'll be like, and then this one will have a space so that that open hat can really cut through there. So what we can do is we can kind of program these nudges into the macro. So let's just go edit, key commands. So if the macros menu is not showing for you guys, you might have to click this show macros at the bottom over here. And let's go new macro. Let's call this closed hat generate. You can always come back and name them just by double clicking over here. And like the cool thing here is this took me a little bit of time to figure out, because I was actually like going and like searching for each one individually and like dragging it over, and fuck it took some time, I won't lie. But actually there's a little trick. What you can do is click this little bar over here. So the hotkey that we used is Control D. And then if you go select, it'll show you what it's mapped to here in this command section. And then you just hit add. So we have to work out now. So we duplicate twice and then nudge once. So let's go 2 duplicates, and then nudge is Control right arrow. And now we find the nudge, add, and now duplicate again. Control D. Select, add. It's actually easier to just put in a bunch like this, like a bunch of the duplicates. What's the chance you can macro a polyrhythm? Yes, you guys. And then what we want to do is skip every third and then put in a nudge. So it'll be 3 duplicates, nudge, 3 duplicates, nudge, 3 duplicates, nudge. And we just do that. Okay, let's see how far this has got us so far. Let's go, okay. Hey, Greedo Kenobi, how you doing? And anybody else who's tuned in, hope everybody's doing great on this Tuesday afternoon. Actually morning. It's not afternoon quite yet. So then let's go macros, closed hat generate. Boom. So it's actually put in one too many. So let's just delete these. And we can just go back there to the macros, closed hat key commands. And then this one here, we just remove this last duplicate. Remove. And that should be good enough. Is that, I guess it doesn't populate the whole thing. So now what we can do is we can actually create a new macro, and let's call this 16 hi-hat. And then in this one, we can just put 2 of the closed hat generate macros. Just close this. Let's look for macro. Just add 2 of those in there, the lazy man's way. So let's check if this works. Macros, 16 hi-hat. Oh wait, what has it done? Macros, 16 hi-hat. Why is that not working? It just makes 1. What have I done? What? What happened? All the... What? Maybe it's... What the fuck? You guys saw me put those duplicates in there, right? What is going on? Control D. So it was 2 duplicates. Why is it not allowing me to add? It's so weird. I've broken something. Maybe it's got to do with the fact that, like, I've created this one. Yeah, that's so weird. Now it's all... Okay. I don't know what happened there. What? Huh? No way. What the hell? And then 3 add 3 add 3 add. Hey Jazz dude, how you doing? Close that generate. Almost there. It just needs to nudge and duplicate once. Or no, duplicate and then nudge. Yeah. And then I'll just leave it at that. We can just like duplicate the entire thing. So it's one more duplicate and then one more nudge. Okay, let's see. Macros, closed hat generate. Amazing. So now what we want to do is let's add to the end of that thing. We can add a control A, which is select all, and then the logical preset to randomize the velocities of it. Yes, that's the power move. So let's just say key commands, just the closed hat generate, and then here at the end we want to add in a Control A, select all, add, and then we want to add the logical preset logical random velocity transform, and then let's select all again and then duplicate. Select all and then duplicate. Okay. Let's put in OneNote. Let's go macros, closed hat generate. Oh my gosh. Look at that. And then if we want to change the velocities, then we can just randomize the velocities from there. We could try figure out maybe how we could do like random rhythms using the using a logical preset. I think that could be cool, like in combination with like random melodies. So we could like randomize a melody and then randomize like the like which notes are muted and which notes are not muted in the sequence. I think that could be interesting. So it usually takes like a little bit of time for me to wrap my head around like how to do these equations in the logical editor. But it generally works kind of like an if statement where it takes like an operator, like if something is something, then do something else. And that something else is like what you punch in the bottom section over here. So for example, this one that we're looking at now, this is the randomization of velocities. So it's saying if type is equal to note, so it's like if the data is a meaty note, then set random values between 0 and 100. So you can kind of string them up, so you can have like a bunch of if statements and a bunch of destinations. So let's say, I wonder how we can choose like a randomization condition. So then it either randomly switches it, like mutes the note or not. Let's figure this out. So you could lock the scale assistant, but you can also say here, there's a thing. Okay, so value 2 is velocity. I think value 1 is the pitch. So you can say like transpose to scale, and you can punch in a specific scale. So you can have like a logical preset to randomly generate notes in very specific scales, different presets for each scale and stuff, which is pretty cool. But what is value 3? I don't know. I don't know if we can actually mute the note, but what we can do is we can set the velocity to 0. I think that would essentially do the same thing. Set to fixed value of 0. Let's just see. It's the note. Value 1. Value 2 would be the velocity. Set to fixed value of 0. Okay. Yeah, also, like I often end up using arpeggiators and that kind of thing, but the problem is then you've got to kind of render them out onto the MIDI track, and that in itself kind of takes a bit of time. So I want to create a bunch of logical presets that can do a lot of these like randomization type things that I'm looking to achieve, but through like quicker steps, you know. So I wonder how we could only select some of these. Condition. What is a context variable? Okay, no, I don't think. What is this now? Oh gosh. What we can maybe do is randomize a value, and then if it's above a certain point, set it. No, this wouldn't work because we might want to randomize the velocities as well as which notes are actually muted and which notes aren't muted. I wonder if there's a way to actually maybe we can use a different function. No, I don't want to delete the note. Yeah, that would delete everything. Interesting. What is value 3? Set to fixed value. There is no value 3. Relative random values? No. I'm not sure how we could go about this, guys. If the type of data is equal to the note, so there's only like an equal to or unequal to, there's no way of like choosing whether this what is property? Event is muted. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Property has mute data. What you need is a random value for each note, and if it's higher than percentage, set velocity to 0. I was thinking that, but I want to use this in combination with a velocity randomization. So I want random gate pattern where it mutes notes and unmutes notes randomly. And then I want random velocities, so those can do modulations in the patch. But then I also want random pitch, so I can do each of those independently. So say, for example, I can sit and find a cool rhythm, and then I can say, okay, randomize the pitch until the notes sound good in the rhythm, and then do the same with the velocity until the modulations sound good, if that makes sense. I think it's got something to do with this property here, because here we're able to choose, like, this has like a parameter for whether an event is muted or not. But now I'm trying to figure out how we can actually read or change the property value over here. Channel, no. If you want lead melody to need less notes, Schoenberg's 12 notes music. Yeah, you can. So it's this mute button like this. So notes can be muted and then unmuted. So I want to randomly generate which notes are being muted and which notes are being unmuted, if that makes sense. If that makes sense, count number 1. I should have like a little count on the screen here, like how many times I say if that makes sense. I think we can convert this thing somehow into a value. I'm in over my head now, guys. Maybe Google will help. Let's see. Cubase logical editor random mute. Yeah, me too. That's why I'm diving into it to learn a little bit more. There's actually so many functions in here that it's like so difficult to like find exactly which ones. Just use the brush tool for random notes and again force them via Scale Assistant to fit in the scale. No, I don't want like random note like pitches. I want like random note triggers, if you know what I mean. So like here, I can't figure out how to set this to a property, like how to mute a note. For some reason, you can read like if a note is muted, but I can't for the life of me figure out how to actually change. Maybe it's not in transform. The rhythm, yeah. So let's say, for example, it's going to go this note, roll a dice, and choose. Is it going to on or off? Then it's going to go this note, on or off. And if it gets below a certain point, okay, this one's off. Then it's this one, randomize, off. This one, randomize, on. This one, randomize, off. So each note is going to actually randomize. I'm trying to figure out how this, if this is even possible. So I want to step through each note and randomly choose whether it's muted or not. It should be so simple. Considering like the type of things that we can do here, I'm sure there's something that I'm just missing. Is it a note expression? No. Okay, let's see.
Okay.
I think it's got timestamps, so I should be able to find something here. Shit, no timestamps. Oh well. Let me just play this for you guys. Okay, so I'm struggling to wrap my head around this. I can figure out if the note is muted, then do an operation, but I can't figure it out the other way around. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, I'm sure it can. I'm sure it can do this. Because it's like here I've said it like if the note is muted, change the pitch. But it's like, so it can definitely work on like muted data. I wonder if we can like change this into the value and then pass it back. Wait, aren't there mute high velocities option in the logical presets? My logical presets don't have any default stuff. That's weird. Okay, so I can do both ways. Like, if the thing is muted, do a thing. If it's not muted, do a thing. But I can't make the thing actually mute or unmute stuff. It's one of these things, man. I just can't figure out what for the life of me. because it's really cool to have, like, what I often end up doing is duplicating a MIDI clip and then swapping, like, what notes are muted and what aren't. So it could be cool to, like, have that kind of thing as a logical preset as well. Just, like, swap what's muted and what's not. Okay, I think I'm going to try to figure this out, like, off stream, because I'm banging my head here and it's probably getting boring for you guys. Let's maybe create a, like, random drum hit thingy, like with random pitches and stuff. I just got to be right back, though. Got to run to the bathroom real quick, so I'll see you guys in a sec. Maybe let me just loop. I'll put this over here, just so there's some context for you guys. Oh yeah, I still got these machines. I can put these here as well. I wonder how this sounds. How cool would it be to make a macro that takes a loop and then just fleshes it out into a full project, and then randomly mutes clips? And actually, I think that's a good idea. What we can do is maybe, let me write this down, because I'm getting too many ideas here, and then it takes me so long to figure out one of them that I've forgotten everything else. Let's make like a project arrange macro, which just like duplicates everything and fleshes the thing out. A project arrange macro. What other stuff do you guys do often? Like in your workflow, stuff that you do like over and over again, that'd be like, oh my gosh, I wish I had one button that would do this 100 times. There was something else earlier. I was thinking random drum pattern, logical preset, random drum pattern, logical preset. Okay, I'm going to be right back. I'll see you guys in a sec. Hey, Apollyon, how are you doing? Audio slipping. What do you mean slipping? Do you mean like slicing and nudging around? Or you mean like warping? Okay, let's make this random drum pattern logical preset. Fuck, this new keyboard. Oh my gosh, I don't even know. Like, I keep like by mistakenly pressing the wrong buttons, and oh gosh. Let's find a drum loop. Good old Thomas Penton. Always. Where is he though? Miscellaneous percussion. Oh, it's nice. It's a pity you can hear the fucking what's it? Not kazoo. What's Uncle Bat's favorite instrument? You can hear that in the background. The duduk. Oh, fuck it. Let's just go with it. It's the best one I think I can find here. Something's vibrating. Do you guys also have something in your room vibrating? I thought it was like a reverb or something. Yes, man. I actually want to throw it straight into the sampler track and we can just slice it there in the and then generate a random pitches. So let's go here, slice, and then just turn the threshold. Yeah, there we go. It's actually the same algorithm that slices it here that's used as the hit points, just by the way. And then here, let's just put in okay, let's just put in a bunch of 16th notes. So here the thing is, like, if we randomize that pitch using that logical preset that I created earlier, it's going to snap it to that scale, which we don't necessarily want. We want it to be like completely randomized. Utsa Wutsa, thank you, man. It's actually a preset from Mute Productions Volume 1 Vital preset pack. I believe the preset is called Chonka. It is a proper chonka. Logical editor. So we can actually use those random notes in CForigin preset that I created as like a basis for this random drum pattern logical preset that we're going to create. So you guys can quickly have a look at like how this actually works. So what I've done is it's basically taking the if statement is if the type is a note, they're all notes. So if it's a note, random value between 0 and 127, and then snap that value to the scale. So what we can do is we can actually just remove this thing because we don't want to snap it to the scale. And then here, instead of setting random value, we can say set relative random value. So this is, I guess we should have probably done this with the note thing as well, because this kind of sets a center point and you can either go up or down, and we don't want to go down. We want to go like up by only about 2 octaves, which is 24 semitones. So it's going to set a relative random value between 0 and 2 octaves, basically. Let's just save this preset and let's call this random drum pattern slice. And then let's see how this goes. We can actually randomize the velocity as well to create some ultra grooves on top. Okay, so it looks like each time we're doing it, it's like going from a relative value and then up and up and up. So before this, we actually want to set everything back to a fixed value of 0. Let's just say, how do we move this up? Can't. Okay, so this one will be relative. Random values between 0 and 24, and then this will be set the note to a fixed value. What is C3? $12, $24, $36, $48, $60. So now it should set everything to C3 and then randomize from there. So now each time we randomize, it's going to be within the range. That is cool. Okay, so let's save this, overwrite that. Yeah, cool. Let's try this out a few times. Yo, big oof. Okay, now let's randomize some velocities. I'm not sure if you guys have been following quite a few like creators and that have talked about the idea of somebody creating like some sort of I guess it wouldn't be artificial intelligence, but some sort of thing that I guess most of them have alluded to it in Max for Live or something, where it would kind of like decipher the stuff that you do regularly and then kind of create almost like a profile of the stuff that you're more likely to choose. And then eventually, once it's populated itself with enough like data of how you work, being able to like randomly generate tracks at the click of a button using stuff that you would generally do. And I think it's cool because, you know, if you just wrap your head around, like, think about things logically, like how you work, you know, you randomly generate things, punch them in. You could actually string a bunch of the stuff just to macros and do a similar thing where you kind of just generate songs from scratch. I guess it's a silly concept because there's no feeling in it. But being able to generate it and then go through and cherry pick, I guess that's where you could add the feeling, you know what I mean? Kyra, hey Dash, I tried to bought your Vital Psytrance kits, but for a reason that I don't get, PayPal won't let me recreate an account with my card. Is there an alternative to buy that from you, Kyra? Unfortunately, I think that the platform I'm using only allows for PayPal, but it's just because international transactions and stuff are difficult on my end. So I try to just keep things with one kind of like platform. But send me an email. My email should be on the Shopify page, otherwise on my About page here on YouTube. Send me an email and maybe we can work something out. I can try to figure out why it's not working on your side or something like that. Otherwise, maybe we can set up something through... I'm not sure if Patreon allows for... like international bank card things, or if it's only PayPal as well. But I'm sure we can work something out. Maybe just pop me a mail. Well, it wouldn't really be artificial intelligence because I guess the intelligence is not artificial. It's coming from like we're designing all the steps in the process. Even if it were a system, for example, like I mentioned, where it reads the actions that you do and populates like a profile, even that wouldn't technically be AI. It would be more a sense of kind of like there's a word for that kind of thing, like behavioral things, graphs and things. Anyway. Yeah, like my thought process behind like it is like sometimes you spend months writing a song and you put like your heart into it, and then when you're listening to it, you're like, it doesn't have feeling. And then sometimes you'll just like throw some ideas down into the door and like 5 minutes later it's like groovy and you really enjoy it. So it's a weird thing about like how sometimes it's not about how the music is generated or what sort of technical processes were involved. It's just how it makes you feel when you listen to that sound. Do you know what I mean? So like, hey, Tutorialism, how are you doing? I guess for me, it would be like speeding up that process of like spending months figuring out things and, just throwing shit at a wall a bunch of times and seeing which one sticks and then polishing it a little bit. I guess it's a terrible analogy, but you know what I mean. Imagine like it somehow like Doors integrate a system which like take your Google searches and like write the theme of your music around like the stuff that you're interested in, even like going that far, like serial killer songs. Like for some reason I'm jazz dude, I'm also into like true crime stuff, so like it would probably also just generate like serial killer detective music type stuff. Um, what we can do is create a logical preset. I've just thought about this like logically, ha ha ha, about that groove thing I was trying to figure out. So we could do it in steps where it's like using the velocity to determine. Oh no, but then we wouldn't be able to actually mute those notes that are set to 0. Is there maybe a preset for that? Mute notes that are 0 velocity. Yeah, for some dudes, if that were the case, jazz dude, for some dudes, as soon as they open their door, that what's that plugin with the X-rated with the X-rated interface, and that would just pop up the whole time. For some dudes, imagine. Is there a way to take velocities that are 0 and delete the notes in a logical preset? Let's try and figure this out. What is the thin out data? What does that one do? Do you guys know? Let's figure this out. Let's maybe just set a bunch of these to 0, because I see there is like, are these all 0? There's a function here called thin out data. I wonder what this does. Nothing. I'm going to get stuck on this one again for a while, guys. Oh no. Presets, logical presets, musical. It's check here. In my logical presets thing, I don't have any presets like by default. It's so weird. I've only got the ones that I've created. Maybe that's why. Maybe I've done something. Oh, okay, mod wheel stuff. Okay. MIDI tab instead of the logical editor. Oh, do you mean here at the top? Yeah, there are other stuff like the functions here, but I don't have like different tabs. I see a few guys are mentioning that. Tutorialism. I have loads of presets in my logical editor. What the fuck? Maybe it's because I've been using Cubase for so long and just installing stuff over and over. Maybe I've somehow lost a bunch of the default stuff. I wonder if there's a way to import. Yeah, logical presets. This is just like the 3 that I've made myself. App data roaming. Okay. Excuse me for a sec, guys. Let me just play this loop. Let me figure out what's happening here. Because I'm sure there's a way that we can do this. Because like all the steps are there. But just for some reason like it just didn't seem to work. With the muting and stuff. Yes, I'm on Windows. Okay, I see. Yeah, in my folder, I don't have that. I just got the 3. Let me check in the previous versions. Presets. There isn't even a folder there. In the previous version. I don't even have the folder in the previous versions. What? I don't even have, it's not even in the older versions, dude. What? My folder is like, it's just got those 3 in presets, logical edit. I've just got these 3. Jazz, dude, are you at your PC now? Don't you want to send me that standard set1.xml? I think I've got you on Discord. Let me send you a message real quick. Yeah, in the macros editor, I should have show hidden files on. Let's just check here. Yeah, I do. In the macros editor, Tutorialism, I only have the ones that I've created that I can string together as macros. There weren't any like presets that it came with. Or if anybody has it that's in front of their PC and that has me on Discord, I'd so appreciate a little DM with standard set 1 and 2. I don't know why. Oh, legend. Jazz dude, thank you. Should I put it in the folder? Yeah, I guess. Okay, yeah, because then it'll remain in its hierarchy. Okay, cool. Standard set 1. Thank you so much. Let's see. Does it? I might have to like actually exit Cubase and get back in though. Standard set 1. Okay. Delete muted. Half tempo, double tempo is pretty cool. Okay. Hey, no, tutorialism. Don't stress, man. Don't stress. I'm just trying to figure things out, like, because it seems like you can read, like, use in the if statement of the logical editor, you can use like the data of like whether an event is muted or not, but it doesn't seem like you have the ability to mute data using the logical editor. So like what I want to do is randomly mute some of these notes and randomly unmute some of these notes. Does that make sense? But it seems like what we can do so far only is like delete all the muted ones, or like select all the muted ones, or something like that. Oh my gosh. I think I've just had the brainwave, guys. I've had the brainwave. So we can create a macro. So we can say if... I'm going to have to write this down so I can get like the logical process. We can select the note if it's muted, then do a hotkey. I think there's a hotkey for Cubase to mute or unmute. Yes, this is how we're going to do it. We're going to create a logical preset that's going to select randomly select notes and then mute them. Yes. Okay. Select random notes. That's a logical preset. And then we use a macro or like a key command to actually mute those. Yes. That's how we do it. If you get a chance when you're done, check out my last video. I was doing some pretty slick stuff with the logical editor. Thanks, man. I'll definitely check it out. Oh, man. Thank you. Even more. Thanks. Wow, Jazz dude. There's a lot here. So let's create. How do we create a new one? Just remove. So we select if the note. Wait, don't go choose this delete muted and then just change this to select. So yes, okay. So we can select all of the muted notes. Okay. So, but we actually want to randomly do this. Fuck. We can actually randomly choose value between 0 and 100. Yo. Okay, now we're talking. Select muted notes. That's the one that we've just made. Okay, well, I'm just going to drag all of these in. What? Okay, that's too much. I need to make this into folders. This is crazy. Now I can't even see what's going on. What the fuck? What is experimental? Insert MIDI volume for velocities. Okay, nothing there. Musical context. Delete velocities below 45. Okay. Yeah, so we could basically randomly generate the velocity, then mute the notes that are below a certain velocity, and then change all the velocities back up to the input value. But that's going to take too long. I'm not actually going to sit and do that now. But logically, I think I've figured out how we can actually do it. So what was the other thing? Oh yes, the project arrange macro. We could make one to like just arrange a project, like take a loop and then arrange a project and slowly remove elements. Or what else could we do? What kind of stuff do you guys use like often? Like what kind of workflow stuff do you guys do quite often that would be cool to have like in a macro? Oh, that's a very clever idea to map it to a Stream Deck. Very, very clever. I've been thinking about something like that, but you know what? Now that I've rest in peace that keyboard, it actually has like macro controllers, so maybe I could somehow set up a thing like that with that thing. But I've also been thinking about like a small touchscreen thing which can have like the actual like buttons named for certain things. I think that could be the next big step for the studio. Something like that. All this content into the Cubase Nation Discord. You find it via Google. Same LE commands Dash has now. You're a legend, dude. Jazz, dude. Thank you. The app for the phone, does it allow you to create buttons? Is it Touch Ask or whatever it's called, or what do you use? Have you done a video on it? Because I'll check that out as well. Okay, so let's think about how we can create this project arrange macro. That, I guess the idea of it is to take a loop and to just like duplicate it backwards, remove some parts, and then duplicate it backwards a bit and remove some more parts, and backwards a bit and remove some parts. Last week, I'll have to check that out. Metagrid or Touch Ask. Hey, Carlo Paletti, how you doing? I don't use delay effects on my bass lines. Sometimes, like, to phase shift it, I'll use a bit of, like, track delay, but not like an echo delay effect, if you know what I mean. Touchscreen 22 with Sherlock. Apple hater. Okay, so how are we going to do this? Let's say let's call this arrange macro one. I'll probably make a couple of arrange macros. So like I have like different styles, like one with breakdowns and that kind of thing, one without, and then just like make a loop and then see like what kind of style it fits and then auto arrange it from. And I'm probably not going to write music like this, but I think it's cool to just, experiment and see like what kind of, how far you can push the boundaries of what your DAWs are capable of, what your DAWs are capable of. And that way learning how you can create your own things that can speed up workflow in interesting ways, So how are we going to go about this? Let's say, for example, we want to duplicate first. So let's type in Control D and add this. Okay, so we're going to duplicate, but then we want to put it in the front. So but also we actually don't want to duplicate. We want it to be a shared copy. I wonder if there is. It's Control Shift D. Let's duplicate version. What? Is there actually a hotkey for? No, it's not. It's just Shift and then. How do we make shared copies with key commands? Okay, that's all the logical presets. It would be under Edit. Copy. You can't paste it as a shared copy either. That's okay though, I guess. We may not need a shared copy in this example. Well, it's not a shared copy. Control Shift C, Control Shift V, no. Yeah, that's like a normal copy, Control C, Control V. But now a shared copy is like when you edit one of them, they all change. You guys know that vibe. But it's okay. Let's not worry too much about the small things. We can duplicate and then there's a way. Yeah, okay, so it's then we move the thing back and drop. Okay, so instead of duplicate, I think it might be better to copy, move the locator back, paste, and then enact some functions. So, but first the locator has to be at the beginning by 1. Okay, so let's jump back into the key commands. Arrange macro. So we're not going to go with duplicate. We're going to go with copy and paste. What did I delete now? Nothing. Okay. What is this? Go to the left. Transport, go to left locator. Let's add this. Then it's a copy. Add. When Dash is streaming, I work faster than anything imaginable. Music work or work. And then move. Hey, no, you guys are helping me through most of it, guys. Like, I can't take all the credit. I mean, I didn't even know I was missing half of the default presets, and you guys chimed in there and sent me them, so I can't take all the credit. What's the hotkey to move the locator? It's not nudge, it's jog. It's called jog, I think. It's under transport. What the fuck is head tracking? Since when? Work. Need more gold. Guys, stop rocking the boat. Hey. How long has it been since I played Warcraft? Transport. And is there jog right? No, but that's like just moves it. It doesn't like go by a certain amount. What's nudge minus 1 bar? Okay, wait. It'll have to be... So we copy, move the selected one a bunch of bars forward, and then paste at the locator again. That's, I think, going to be the game plan. So edit, copy, nudge, 16 bars. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's just try 4 for now, and then paste. Let's just see if this actually works. Macro, arrange macro. What has it done now? No, it's created new tracks. That's not what we want. There's a thing there for different types of machines. How about a riser machine? Yes. My fucking book is getting so full of scribbles that I can barely figure out what's happening. Machines. Riser machine. It's a good one. I was also thinking of like some kind of atmospheric type of thing where like I create like patches on the Eurorack and like lots of reverb and that kind of thing, and then do it like bounce them out as a bunch of different notes. So you can create like pads and that kind of thing. I think that could be cool. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. There should be a thing in here that says paste to the same track name or something. I think that's one of these. Instead of just a regular paste, we want to paste to paste to matching track name. That's the one. and then remove this paste. But also I think it needs to be nudged 16 bars. Let's create a new macro which nudges 16 times, and then we just use that single macro inside the big arrange macro. I think that'll be the game plan. So let's just call this nudge plus 16. Let's search here, nudge. No, we're not going to put the macro inside itself. That's just going to cause an explosion. Not really, but I don't know. Nudge 1 bar. What is a frame? Let's actually just see what is a frame. And then under arrange macro, we'll remove these nudges here. And then paste the other macro that we made, macroception here. Macro, nudge 16. Fuck. Add. Okay, let's try this out. No, it is. I mean, they're the guys that invented VST, so I mean... macro, arrange macro. Okay, so it's nudged 1 frame. I think that's the same as 1 bar. Or will it be like, let's just see, does it actually work on zoom? Or does it determine the size of the frame based on the zoom? No, it's 1 bar. That's weird. So let's jump back into key commands. Nudge 16. Let's just change this to hey, wonky robot. Let's remove this, and then let's put in 1. Why can't I? What? Okay, that's weird. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, 14, 15, 16. It's not showing up. What the fuck? Maybe it's just glitching out because there's like so much stuff changing and I haven't reset Keybase. Macros, arrange macro. Ha! We're getting there. And so now we need to figure out like how... I guess what we could do is we could arrange the folders in a way where... I wonder if there's like, you can make like folder specific hotkeys and then like remove, like select this and remove one element from this folder and then do it again and remove another element from that folder. Does that make sense? So target for position. There is an action target for position. Parameter 1 is how many bars you want. Oh, is that like to choose like a certain amount of clips within a time space or something? So here at the end of the arrange macro, we want something that's going to remove one of these percussion elements. Like select everything in the loop. Select in loop, that's the one. Add. Yeah, I guess this kind of stuff, it's kind of like overcomplicating things for not really much reason, but I think once we've got a bunch of macros in there that are going to save time, and we start using them like in like the day-to-day workflow, things are going to change dramatically. Select in loop, and then what is this? Results. Include folders and subfolders. Oh, that's... okay, no, that's in the media bay. That's got to do with searching the media bay. Show only selected folder. Show data on folder tracks. Show event details. Move selected tracks to new folder. I see. Okay, I see what you mean. I see what you're saying. So it's like a combination of macros and logical presets. So the macro selects the thing, and then the logical preset duplicates the data. And so maybe we can use the logical preset to select. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. If only I had an hour to chop down a tree, I would spend the first 45 minutes sharpening my axe. Couldn't have said it better. I'll spend the first 4,500 hours sharpening the kick drum. So let's see what happens when we go like this. And we go macros, arrange macro, boom. And then it selects everything in the loop. Okay, we're getting there. So then I think we use a logical preset to determine only stuff that's in a folder. I usually call my folders perk. Can you use like strings, like names as variables in the logical preset? I don't know. That'd be interesting to actually find out. Well, I guess we could also even be even more specific with it. Like, for example, first remove the open hat. Like, find the channel that's called open hat and remove the information from that, then duplicate it again find the channel that's called Closed Hat and remove that. I guess there's various ways we could go about this one. Let's just see. I gotta run to the bathroom real quick again. What did I do now? Redo set track name. So I'll leave you guys on a loop and I will be back in a few moments. Wait a sec, is the Project Logical editor something different? I don't... Something up with my Keybase. There was also something, like the Groove Agent, like stopped working like a little while ago. So I haven't been able to use Groove Agent. Well, not that it stopped working, but it just like changed, and I don't have like the content, so I don't have samples and stuff in it, and I don't know what's going on. my folder's like not even there. There's nothing. There is no folder. Well, I guess if I make a preset now, it'll save that folder, but there is no like default presets. Maybe I fucked up my installation somehow of Cubase. Oh, that's handy. Oh wow, are you gonna send them, dude? You are a legend. You're a legend. Let's see if there's a way. Oh, set color. Okay. Okay, so we can make a logical editor that can automatically change the color of tracks and that kind of thing. That's pretty cool. If name contains what is container type? Okay, folder, yes. If container type is folder and how do we say folder name? And name contains perk. Then for now, let's just select them, I think. What is macro? Ah. So you can apply. Okay, that's nice. For now, let's just select. Let's take away the operation. Let's just see what happens here when we go apply. It selects that folder. Ha! That is so cool. That is so cool. So it selects that folder. Now, let's save this as select folder contains perk. Now, is there a way to select everything in that folder? You know what? Is if these have perk in the name, it'll select them as well. So what we can do is name contains, say, open hat. Nothing happens because there isn't one. Let's call this open hat. It selects that one, yes. No, it doesn't. What? Contains open hat. Why doesn't it? Oh, if it's folder track and contain. Okay, no, let's remove this then. Okay, so we can select folder called open hat. Oh, select a track called OpenHat. We don't want to delete. Let's track operation. Okay, well, let's save this as select OpenHat. And then we can use a macro, I think. So it'll to select everything on that project. Wait a sec. Because then it'll select the thingamies as well. Like all of it. Outside of the nudge range. Select in loop. Select OpenHat instead. So we can actually copy, select the OpenHat, delete all on track, then paste a nudge. So, So if we put the select OpenHat before the nudge and delete it, delete everything on the track. Is it called? There's like a function for it. Let's remove all MIDI data. No. What the hell? There should be a function to remove all, or like delete all. Oh, it's select all events on track. Okay. Select all the events and then delete. Key commands. Select all events in cycle range. Select all on track. There we go. So it's process open, select OpenHat, then select all on track, add, then delete. Add. Okay. Let's see if this works. I'm just going to save it, just in case something happens. Macros, arrange macro. Has it removed the OpenHats? No. It didn't select it though. Ah, there, now it worked. Ha ha ha! Oh my god. We're getting somewhere. How's this? Fucking auto arranger. Okay, but I got the open hat wrong. This is the open hat. Wait, let's Control Z that. This is the open hat. This is the closed hat. Okay, let's try this again. Macro, arrange macro. That's weird. I think the folders have to be open. I'm not sure why. That is very strange indeed. But it works. Maybe there's something that I'm doing that logical editor that was somehow screwing it up. Let's just check. Is that the case? Yeah. The folder has to actually be open. It still works though. Yeah, man, sure. I don't think anybody's read the manual. It's too much. So now the trick is to duplicate that process, that whole chain of macros, but then instead of selecting the open hat, we select the closed hat. So that means we'd have to go into the project logical editor again, and we can make the same preset here, but instead of select with name that contains open hat, let's select tracks name that contains closed hat. We don't need to record enable, we can just, yeah, okay, so that works there. Select closed hat. So then back to the macros. What we should maybe do is, oh no, wait, because I can select in loop. We can maybe duplicate this and then just change the one thing. So, and then make like a master arrange macro that just plays those two macros. Instead of editing this one, let's just go arrange macro 1, duplicate, and call this arrange macro 2. And then this one, we'll change this to process project logical editor. Select closed hat, add, and then remove this one. This one though, it has to, I think, select in loop first. And then copy, remove the closed hat, delete, nudge 16 and paste. Okay. Let's just see. Let's create a new macro, call this master arrange macro trigger. And then we just go into the macros here and just add these both like one after the other. Arrange macro 1, arrange macro 2. Okay. Now let's select these macros, master arrange macro trigger. Okay, didn't quite nudge. Why is that not working? Selected this. This should be here, I think. It's getting confusing. But the power of this is pretty insane. Because like, make a loop, master arrange button, and it's like fleshed it out. Then you just need to add in these little things here and there, and you've got a track. I mean, here with the click of a button, it's just like fleshed out a loop into like 2 minutes. But now we just got to figure out where it's nudging. Hey, tutorialism. Gotta go be a good husband and make dinner. I gotta go do that later. Enjoy it. Thanks for the help earlier. Now I just gotta figure out where that nudge takes place. Because I think it's just nudging at the wrong time. I think here we actually have to have a select all and nudge, or select all in loop. Let's just see what it's called, because there's one here. Select in loop. Select in loop. Add it to that one. Why did that not want to? That's weird. Move up. It's added it there. That's so weird. Yeah, the macro editor is a little bit broken, it seems. It adds things in all over the place. You gotta like select it here first and then select it here. So then we want to select in loop and then do the nudge 16. But actually, I think we got to nudge it this way. Let's just see. It was a macro nudge plus 16. Okay, hold thumbs. Why? Maybe it's got a nudge again. Because this one isn't the one that ends up here, and this is the one that's selected. So let's say macros. Did that nudge get put in there? Nudge plus 16, it did. Let's add another one. Alexei Borovoy just came to stream. What did I miss? What are we doing at the moment? Good question. What are we doing? I'm joking. I'm trying to make little workflow improvement thingies. Yeah, so at this point, I'm trying to create a macro that's going to take a loop and flesh it out into a full track, basically like a button to just arrange a track for us using logical editor and macros within Cubase. So master arrange macro trigger for some reason doesn't want to add another nudge 16 in there. Where did it add though now? I'm sure it's like added it into the wrong place. Move up. Okay. Macros, master arrange macro trigger. Why? Does it not nudge? Maybe I've got to not select all in trigger. Nudge them here one more on this thing. Man, the only way we're going to do it is if we're brave. It's the kind of thing that's like, macros have been in Cubase since the beginning. I've been using it for like 15 years and I've been putting off doing this kind of thing. So what did we do? Oh, let's try it. Yeah. Okay, hold thumbs. Haha. Okay, wait, but it's the wrong way around. So but we could deduce, let's say for example, oh no, but the closed hat needs to play the whole time. How are we going to do this? I'm sure there's somebody here in the chat who's like logical mind is just like a little bit better than mine, and they can see this glaringly obvious like step in the wrong place that's causing this. The closed hats, open hats to be in a different place. What would happen if we swapped around? Oh, this is going to be obvious. If we swap these around. Okay, this is getting closer at least, because the last thing this should be here. Okay, so what we can do is then select all the data on the open hat and nudge it by 16. Yes. So then let's go to key commands, master arrange macro trigger. Let's actually just rename these because this is going to confuse me now that these are backwards. So call this one that, then we call this one 1, and then this one we call 2. Now we make a third one, new, arrange macro 3, and this is going to select the track that's called open hat. Add, then it's going to select all on track. All on tracks, and then it's going to nudge 16. And now we add arrange macro 3 to the master arrange macro trigger. Okay. Let's see. Let's see what happens. What the fuck happened now, man? Why did it do this? Oh, maybe it's because the locator has to be here? Oh, that moves the locator 16. Doesn't actually move this. That's what real nudging is. Okay, it's moving the locator. Okay. So we can deduce that instead of using that nudge 16, we rather use, let's Control Z. Jump into the key commands. It's the Control right arrow, nudge right. That one is called nudge bar, and that's for the locator. That's weird. Loop range right. This is the one. And we want this to be here instead of that nudge plus 16. We can leave that though, because that just changes the That doesn't actually matter, I think. Let's see. File, macros, holding thumbs. What the fuck? It nudged the... Oh my god, I'm an idiot. It nudged the loop range. And that's exactly what I set it to do. We want to nudge right, not loop range right, but we want to do it 16 times, I think. No, it'll be a lot more than 16. I think there's a way to like... Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay. Macros. But it needs to be a lot more nudges. Okay. Maybe we should make one macro which has like to be 31, 32, 64, 63 nudges. No, man, there has to be an easier way. Oh my god, I'm being an idiot. Cut and paste at the loop at the marker, like at the indicator. Yeah. Okay. Sometimes, like when you're thinking too logically, then like the lateral things can not like poke out at you, if you know what I mean. Sometimes when you're trying to think like too much out of the box, then the stuff like this just like eludes you. So instead of all these nudges, oh no, that one was supposed to be there. It was the nudge plus 16. It was supposed to be there. And then Control X. Cut. And then paste to matching track name. Okay. Hey, you guys are on fire with the quotes and analogies today. That's exactly it. Master range macro trigger. Hold thumbs. Oh, we've done it. Okay, so now the next step would be to select all in loop, move it back again, we are getting somewhere. what I want to do is be right back. So I'm going to let you guys listen to my auto arrangement. Master arrange macro triggers. Crit the robot's arrangement of the track. How did he do arranging it? It's working. It's working. So I said the next step would be then to select in the loop range and move it back a bit. Look who decided to join us today. Hey, boy. Hey, my boy. Good boy. He's trying to see what's going on here. What's all this noise? Okay, Okay, let's see where we at here. So does it? Yeah, it still retains the loop size. You know what might even be easier is to just nudge the loop range, paste, nudge the loop range, paste, or no, because that would require a lot of nudge commands because the loop is big. I wonder if there's a way to move the loop like its whole size backwards or forwards. Let's check out these macros again. So now I think we could create a step 4. Can you guys hear that? He's licking himself very loud. Hey, good boy. Yeah, let's make the next step. I'm kind of keeping these in like as little modules. I think that's a little bit easier. I don't like the arranger track. I kind of like how the arranger track doesn't give you enough like once you've arranged it, then to like change little bits here and there. I find it's not as kind of solid, if that makes sense. Call this arrange macro 4. And then in this one, it must be select everything in the loop. Select in loop. I wonder if there's a way to move the loop like its whole size backwards. No, it's only like in beats. Well, I guess this would be the size. If we change it to the quantize, will it affect how these things are nudging? It will, hey. I think that can fuck up this whole thing, is if we change this quantize size. Let's just see. Let's set this to bar. And I hope this doesn't fuck everything up. No, it doesn't. Okay, phew. Good. Alexei Borovoy. Every Tuesday around midday or afternoon, I do a stream. And furthermore, like on top of that, it's like just whenever I feel like it or whenever I got some time. But it's just generally Tuesdays this time, around this time every Tuesday. So then let's add the arrange macro 4 into our master macro thing. Okay, and let's go in here and start editing this. So it selects everything in the loop. Hey, Game Boy Z. So it's going to select the loop, copy it, and then move back, paste, and remove the claps. But wait, it should actually be... Why is it... Things are like different. I was cutting and pasting, and now I need a copy and paste. It's confusing. But oh well. Control C. Select in loop, copy them all. Getting stuck here. Then I would need to move nudge left. Or yeah, so then let's make a nudge minus 16. Yeah. New nudge minus 16. But we're looking for nudge minus bar. Yeah, this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 actually. It wouldn't be 16. Or would it? This nudge 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay. How did this get here? Is that even supposed to be there? Oh well. Let's just see. Nudge minus 16. So then this one, copy. Then we want to nudge minus 16. And then paste. At the track name, at blah de blah, matching track name. Let's see. Hold thumbs again. Macros. Master arrange macro trigger. So which one is this now? It's... Huh? Which way around have I gone? Have I done it the other way? Why is this one missing? Qbot. Okay, so we've got to figure out how to nudge this thing. Macros. What does nudge minus 16 actually do? We got to do it twice. Haha. Nudge and then nudge again and then paste. That's also why it helps to do things in like little modules, because then you can trigger just the one thing and see like what is it actually doing. Oh, we need to do that twice. You know what I mean? Sometimes the logic just eludes us a little bit. Nudge minus 16. Nudge again. And then paste. What? Maybe we need to nudge it like again. I think one more nudge needs to be in there. Ha! Ha ha! We are doing it. It's happening. It's happening slowly but surely. Slowly but surely it's happening. So imagine this. Like we create this thing. And we make a template. And all you need to do is like make a cool loop or a cool kind of like hook melody or something like that. And then just bam, fleshed out into a full track. You just need to put in like fade ins, fade outs, sound effects, change the leads and that kind of thing. But I think having something that can just automatically generate like a backbone allows you to focus on the important things. You know, I mean, fuck, how many times do we end up doing the same processing? I mean, the same like logical processes when arranging percussions. Like, okay, first comes in the clap, then comes in the things, and then the things, and then the things. It's like the same thing over and over again. If we could just automate that process, it's going to save us a lot of time, you know. I mean, yeah, it's like 3 hours to automate the process, but I reckon a few tracks worth of doing this in that 3 hours is going to be saved, you know. So then let's look for let's do the logical project editor and make a logical preset to search for tracks that contain clap. Oh, we actually want to put could have easily done that in less time. Yeah, but then the thing is, you got to do it each time you do this same thing. And for somebody like myself who's easily created over 100 projects, it's like that 3 hours is saved in those, definitely saved in those kind of like 100 plus projects or whatever that I've done the same thing over and over again, you know. It's not like it takes away the creative freedom, because you can always change it after it's kind of like generated you the blocks. Do you know what I mean? So where were we? What we actually want to do is so that we can select all in loop. So select all, cut, move the locator to the loop thing, and then paste it just so that the whole thing is moved up to the loop point, so we can more easier select data that's inside the loop. So key commands. At the end here, we want a Control A, add, Control X, add. Then we want to move to locator, add, and then paste to matching track names. I've crashed something. No, I haven't. It's still working. Yes! So now we set up the logical editor to select the channel which is named clap. Remove that. Yes, okay. We're getting there. Also, the other thing is like, who said it? Convergio. not only are we sharpening the axe to be able to make it like we can cut the tree better, but also we're learning the skill of axe sharpening. So like now we're learning what we can do with macros, what we can do with logical presets and that kind of thing. So if, for example, down the line we're like, it dawns on you that, oh, I do this little process so many times. If I could just make a macro to do that, you can. Just having these little, once you try something, then your brain, once you've tried something and it works and you understand how it works, then your brain is a lot easier, is going to much easier kind of like gravitate towards that in a problem-solving situation. It's like what, I forget who mentioned it, but it's also like the hammer-nail situation. If you don't know about macros and the power of them and you've never used them before, then you're not really going to understand how it can affect your workflow. It's like for somebody who only has a hammer, every problem is going to look like a nail, Project logical editor. So now we can use this preset that we used, select closed hat, and then just change this to clap. I wonder if it'll work if it's oh, that's cool. So it's not case sensitive. That's nice. So it'll select that. Yeah, I'm getting lost now. I think my brain is starting to tune out. I wonder if there's a way to select only data within the loop markers on the channel that's called clap. Let's go back to that logical editor. I'm sure we can use an AND function to do that. I didn't save it. God, oh, here it is. Okay, cool. Let's save this. Actually, filter. Position. Is it inside cycle? Ha! My gosh. That's actually a much easier way to do it. Ha. Oh, but does it deselect that one? It does, yes. Fuck, that is sick. That is, oh. I thought the logical editor was sick, but the project logical editor is actually where it's at. Okay, let's save this. Select claps in loop, and then that goes on the end of the chain, and then a Control X. Key commands. It should be Project Logical Editor. I just saved it. Okay, what's happening? Project Logical Editor. Select claps in loop. Key commands, macros. There we go. Select claps in loop. And then Control X. Cut. Okay, let's see what happens. Master arrange macro trigger. I can hear my computer chugging away when I hit that macro button. Yo, guys, we are getting somewhere. I love it because actually, like, this is the perfect example of why it's good to sharpen the axe. I'm literally gonna bang on about this the whole time during the stream, because when I first started, I didn't understand. When I started creating the macro, I didn't realize in the Project Logical Editor you could use that AND function to select the track and then select all data in that track that's within the cycle, the locators. And that is such a huge thing. That saves about 5 or 6 macros in the chain that I've been doing earlier. So as I'm developing this big macro system, I'm learning how to do it more efficiently. Does that make sense? Because I'm like learning how the whole thing works better and better and better, and that's why it's so important to sharpen the axe. Try new tools, see what is out there, you know. Hey Glebich, how you doing? So, are you just tuning in now, Glebich? Let me show you something cool. Look what I've created. So we have a loop here. We've made a little loop for a project. And you know, you get to that point of the track where it's like, I've got this loop, this hook, it's sounding really, really nice. What do I do with it now? What you do is you make a macro that's going to automatically arrange the track for you. So this here is called the Master Arrange Macro Trigger. Watch this. Give it a few seconds. Maybe a few minutes. And yeah, so that's what we're doing. I'm trying to create a thing that's going to take my loops and turn them into projects automatically. And then all you do is just play with some filters here and there, add some sweeps and effect sounds, and Bob's your uncle. I think my dog wants to go out, so just give me a sec. It's like cold today, so the doors are closed, so I think he wants to go to the loo. But I also do need to Cool. Let me play it for you guys. I'll be back in a sec. Imagine if there was like a way that you could set up like macros to adjust the mixer levels depending on what they peak at and stuff. That would be getting too far. Then you could totally just like punch in parameters, create like the perfect like template, and then just churn it out. You know what I mean? There has to be a little bit of I think mixing is an important thing, especially with electronic music. Track name Zumba. Isn't that like that fitness dancing thing? So what's next in the process is to duplicate it again and remove all the percussions. Let's just see where we're at. Yeah, so do I want to like select and then move everything back? We could actually duplicate number 4 and then just change the project thing. Yeah, let's duplicate the 4th step. So let's go here, key commands, arrange macro 4, duplicate, let's call this arrange macro 5. Yeah, but the problem with smart EQ and stuff is that it doesn't change, like, how can I say? Yeah, it does, but it doesn't act on like. My brain is like jelly at this point. I've been thinking too hard for too long. But it like adapts the signal as opposed to changing the mix of everything. I guess there are stuff like isotope neutron and that kind of thing, I think it's called, which can apparently, like, you feed it a bunch of channels and then it like does that kind of stuff. But I don't know. I can guarantee you that a lot of people have sent a lot of messages to the Cubase team asking them to make automatic mixing stuff. I can guarantee you that. There's not much in this world that is guaranteed, except for the fact that people have already messaged Cubase to ask them to automatically mix their tracks for them. So then in the master arrange macro trigger, we add arrange macro 5. Let's just see how this goes. It'll probably just duplicate and do nothing because there will be no more content left in the loop named clap. Okay, no, that just fucked something up. That was not the right thing to do. Let me just try again. Why does it paste it here? It is doing it right, but it nudges it too far. Okay, because there was those 3 nudges, but it's strange how it would need it in the first example, but not in the second. But I think it's because the locator was on the other side of the thing. So we can jump into the key commands and then arrange macro 5. It's these, I think. There should only be one. Yes. But wait, it hasn't actually done anything extra, because that's what it did at step 4. Is there 2? No. It's weird. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it doesn't. Why is that? Maybe it needs the extra nudge. Let's just see again. There must have been something. Maybe something's hidden in the project and I selected it by mistake. And that's what fucked it up. Let's just see if it does the same thing. Bruh. Can FL automatically arrange your tracks for you? Yeah, so it seems like it's doing that. So we may have to just add in that extra nudge. I think it just takes some time to load. Like once you've finished, because there's so many macros happening, once I've finished like making them macro trigger, I just got to wait a second before actually triggering it. I've removed all of the nudges by mistake. What happened there? Why? There's supposed to be one after the copy. After the copy, yes. Okay. Let's try this. Let's just open it again and see if it's there. Yeah, after the copy. Okay, give it a sec. Macro recorder. I was checking into something like that, but I didn't see something in Cubase that can do that. Yeah, Ziztrash, I don't think you understand what I'm doing though. Is I'm creating a macro that's going to automatically arrange the track, so it'll be less than 2 minutes, and I'll be able to do it every single time. So I just make a loop, poof, click a button, and it arranges it. Make another loop, click a button, and it arranges it. So I'll technically be able to make, like, I mean, obviously music to me is not just like churn them out, you know what I mean? But I could technically make several tracks in 2 minutes if I just finished this macro, if that makes sense. See, one button, arranged. Just give it a sec to actually load. Yeah, there we go, arranged. So then we can set up a logical editor to remove everything that's in the percussions folder in the loop. So just Control Z, just save the project. So another project logical editor. Let's make a new thing called name contains. No, it would be container type is equal to folder track, and the name contains percussion. So that's going to select the folder. So then here, and is in cycle loop, position inside cycle. No, I think here, this, we need to put this here instead of here. Huh? I think we need to put like a double brackets here. No. No. Select all the folders. Name contains percussion. Perk. Okay, let's just check what happens now. Okay, it only selects the percussion folder. Now we want another step. You need to learn every DAW. Best way to make music in studios. Everyone got another workflow and use different DAWs. Exactly, bro. That's why I'm teaching you guys Cubase. Now, do we put in another and that contains? So we want, because then we want to extract the events from the track that are within the cycle loops. So would it be and? I think it would. And there would just be no brackets. Position inside cycle. Why is it not? Maybe we've got to do this position here inside cycle. Why is it not working? Do we have to put brackets in here? Let's check out this. How did we do this? Position inside cycle. Name contains clap. Yeah, that's... Why does this one not work? What happens when we change this to perk? Will it select the folder as well? It's only that. What's the if folder exists? Do something. If yeah, the thing is, like, it seems like the name can't have like two values. You see, so it's like contains that. And contains perk and inside the cycle loops, then it doesn't actually select the stuff that's like doesn't have that on the name. Maybe we've got to just select a folder and use a macro to select all in folder. Yeah, let's try that. Just simple. No, because it has to be within the cycle loops. Fuck. Container type. Is a folder track and the name contains perk. Apply. Okay. But now it doesn't select the thingies that are in there. So now, is it action target? You can trim the stuff. Oh, that's nice. Damn, it's insane. You can like actually set it to trim the audio clips like every 4 bars or whatever to create breaks and stuff. Oh my gosh. It's crazy. Crazy what you can do. Must it be like another AND function? Media type is equal to audio. No, that doesn't work. It can only be AND or. Why? It won't work when you like stack up those. What we can maybe do is, what if this is an OR? No. Or inside cycle marker and contains. Make this one an OR, this one and position. Oh no, that's inside cycle. Then this one can be container types folder. Did we do it? No. There's no AND if. But I believe it's got something to do with the brackets. So like and then like close this bracket and like turn this one off. But why does this one not want to go? Oh, maybe we've got to do double brackets, single brackets. Okay. I think it's got something to do like this. No. Contains perk. If you have multiple ANDs, then all the parameters must be true, but that's what we want. So it needs to be equal to in a folder track. Okay, wait a sec. It needs to be equal to folder track and name contains percussion. So the name of the folder track. Noisy vegetable. I'm actually a programmer. I can likely help. That is perfect timing, dude. It's perfect timing. So I believe it's got something to do with these brackets because we want container type is equal to folder track and name contains percussion, because that usually spits out like the value, which is the folder if you know what I mean. The moment we add this third parameter, things start to fuck out. So let me show you, like, I've got it in two separate things and they seem to work individually. So here, select claps in loop. What this does is it's takes the track name clap. If the track's name contains clap and it's inside the cycle marker, it selects it. And then select folder contains perk. So if this is container is equal to folder track and the name contains percussion, it like selects the folder track. So like if we have this selected, it like selects the folder track which's name is percussion. Oh fuck, I didn't say that one now. Folder track and name contains perk. And then we add in another one. Let's close this bracket off and open this bracket here. Contains perk and is inside the cycle loop. Inside cycle. Doesn't work. Yeah, the moment there's the third parameter in here, maybe we've got to like use the double brackets somehow. Oh, maybe this off. Maybe this must be a double bracket. We don't need to separate them, but it just doesn't work like this. So I figured using the brackets, because I want this to pull the value, which is the name of the container type, as opposed to the name of the track. Does that make sense? But now that I think about it, what we can do is we can maybe think about, because here these are called loop. We can select all tracks that are called loop, but I don't always use loops. Sometimes it's other things. So maybe we can like stack up some OR functions. So it's like if it contains perk or loop or aux or something like that, then something like that. I think that could probably be the best way to go. And then just punch in a bunch of variables of stuff that I might use on OR functions. So it's, let's see, select claps in loop. Okay. Let's call this loop. Okay. It's like sometimes the simpler option works, but like I said, I don't always use tracks that are called loop. Sometimes they're called other things. So I think we should probably have the inside cycle loop first. Inside cycle loop. And then say and name contains loop or name contains but now will only this part loop the OR function, or will it be, I guess that's where the brackets come in handy. Let's just, for example, write hat. Let's just see how this. I want to see if we put hat outside the loop cycles, it'll select it as well. So I think the bracket should be, we should open a new brackets here. And then here should be a double brackets. Am I right? Yes. Okay, I'm getting it. I'm getting it. Slowly but surely. But no, we don't want hats, so it'd be loop or what else? Like orcs. Let's maybe add in another or over here. Name contains perk contains bongo. Okay, can always come in here and change this. So let's save this as select orcs perks in loop. Perfect. So slowly but surely we are hacking away at it. Where were we with the master macro trigger? Let's see, edit macros, master arrange macro trigger. Hey store sender, how are you doing? Yeah, okay, so at this point, why is that nudge? Okay, it's probably gonna that was that extra nudge, right? That somehow got in there, remember? Was it this one? It somehow got in there, don't ask. So here, then we want to select, we want to do our orcs perks thing that we made. Orcs perks. Yeah, let's check. Did we fix that funny nudge that was just in the middle of nowhere? Master macro trigger. So keep in mind the macros you can assign to keys on the keyboard. So you don't necessarily have to do like one button that does them all. You can have various buttons that do all sorts of cool things. What? Now it is. Maybe that nudge was supposed to be there. No, it's fine. Yeah, I think because there's like I've put in so many macros and that chain is so long, I've got to wait for it to actually load before closing the menu and triggering it. Otherwise, things don't quite line up, I think. So then after this, there was actually, let's go in here. This one, let's replace this with the aux perks. Still, it's not finding it. That's so weird. We just made that logical preset. Process, project, logical presets. It's not there. What? The same thing happened earlier. Project, logical editor. Then I had to save it as no spaces with just underscores. Aux perks in loop. Yeah, that seemed to work. Got key commands. Replace this clap with the aux perks. Yeah, it's so weird. Add it in there, move it up. And we can remove the clap, and then it cuts it. Okay, so it selects it, then cuts it. We should be at our next step now. Let me just save what we've done so far. I'm probably going to call it a day soonish. Looks like I've been going for over 4 hours, holy moly. And my brain is starting to turn into jelly. So, yeah. If you guys have any further questions or anything, if I didn't quite cover something as much as you think I should have, but I mean, this was just more of an experimental thing, I guess, than teaching. But I'm sure you guys did learn quite a bit, or at least I inspired you guys to go figure things out and hack away at it yourself. Oh my gosh, look at that. That is so cool. Single button arranger tool. So what we can do is we can actually move this all like a bit closer to the beginning here. Kick and bass and stuff usually drops in at about a minute. Then we can just select it like this. And then let's smash it again, see if it still works. Then we can listen to it a few times, and then I'm probably going to head off. What? Is this it? No, something happened. Oh, the stuff needs to be... We need to open the... For some reason. I still need to figure out why the macros don't seem to trigger properly when the folders are closed. And there we go. It's... I guess sometimes the maths just breaks a little bit. Maybe it's got to do with which of these things is selected. It has to be like a full... Yeah, I think I was selecting those ones. Okay, click of a button, we have taken the track from 1 minute to 3.5 minutes. Then what we can do, maybe, well, I don't know if I'll do this in a stream, because we'll see. Let me know in the comments if you guys are bored as fuck by this stuff, or if this stuff excites you. What we can maybe do is create a macro that can take a loop of what we have and apply specific effects to it to create like a breakdown. So for example, like here, like duplicate, filter, and that kind of stuff. So I think step one of the arrangement tool is done. What it does is it's going to take like those first, like from kick and bass to that part where we have the breakdown and the synths and stuff start to come in. So then after this, I think I want to create like a macro tool that can, for example, like just like duplicate this, remove some parts, add processing and whatever, and then duplicate the entire thing over again, so that we have like another build up after the breakdown. So all that's then left for me to do is like add a main lead, add some hook elements and stuff like that. But yeah, creating the backbone of the track, I think this is a cool, huge workflow time saver. I'm definitely going to use this. Yeah, so I'm going to loop this over and over again. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Probably like twice, if even. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. See you guys next time. Have a good Tuesday further.